You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
All county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, June 3rd, 2019. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before reciting the invocation, I will start it off with an act of charity, an act of giving, an act of kindness. Sovereign of the world, look favorably upon the county judge and the county commissioners of our great county of El Paso, and bestow upon them the joy of life, good health, and prosperity. Bless us all gathered here today, the joy of life, good health, and prosperity. Bless these distinguished individuals who have been chosen to make laws and decisions for the citizens of our county with wisdom and understanding in the noble pursuit of justice and equality. On Saturday night begins the Jewish festival of Shavuot. The Jewish community around the world will celebrate the anniversary of the revelation at Sinai, which occurred 3,331 years ago. During that climactic event, God communicated the famous Ten Commandments as they are recorded in the Bible. Our tradition reflects on the fact that these 10 Commandments contain lofty theological messages, as well as obvious and self-understood prohibitions against murder and theft. This teaches us that trust and faith in the Almighty is truly genuine only when it is evident in our everyday behavior. Conversely, the constant awareness of the Supreme Being is what can truly motivate a life of morality and purpose. Give this honorable court guidance so that they will always be conscious of your presence and will strive to enact laws with honesty and integrity in accordance with your will. May our county serve as a beacon of light for people of all faiths and walks of life. May we succeed in preparing the entire universe for an era of peace and tranquility for all. May El Paso County help achieve the goal so powerfully stated in our Pledge of Allegiance, so that America is truly one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now let us say, Amen.
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 Rabbi, thank you for your insight and kind words and the direction that we should be taking as a community. It's always nice. I just gained their friendship some months ago. I got to meet the rabbi and his father and participated in a meeting of solidarity, which was extremely favorable and kind. So thank you very much, Rabbi. And welcome to Commissioners Court. We thank you for being here. It's always quite an honor. We've got some great people here today, and just looking forward to the resolutions that are very well-deserved and hard-earned. Cesar?
Thank you, Judge. Brings us to the consent agenda, item number 4A through 4Q. Are there any items that members of the court or the public would like to pull for individual discussion?
Second?
Commissioner Perez.
Aye. Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing Jacob Rodriguez and Aiden Watts as they represent the United States at the 2019 BMX World Championships.
Well, I have the honor to present the resolution on behalf of Commissioner Robinson. Whereas the 2019 BMX World Championships, I'm sorry, would you please step up? Got a little ahead of myself here. Thank you. Who came with you?
My parent.
Yeah, have them come up. Yeah, come on. Thank you. Whereas the 2019 BMX World Championships, the largest BMX bicycle event in the world, will be held in Houten-Zolder, Belgium this July, and whereas the competition to represent the United States on Team USA in Belgium is a series of demanding qualifying races that require the highest level of physical preparedness, extensive training, and mental toughness. And whereas Jacob Rodriguez and Aiden Watts successfully qualified for the World Championships and will represent El Paso, the state of Texas, and the United States in Belgium. And whereas Jacob Rodriguez will compete in the age 15 boys challenge division and the age 15 and 16 boys challenge cruiser division. And whereas Aiden Watts will compete in the age 13 boys challenge division. And whereas Jacob and Aiden will be excellent ambassadors for the El Paso community in Belgium. And now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court does hereby honor the achievements of Jacob Rodriguez and Aiden Watts, signed this 3rd day of June, 2019.
Second.
We have motions.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, thank you very much. And I guess the most appropriate is the ambassador. It's always such an honor to have, especially young adults in Belgium. That's going to be an amazing event for all of you and the family, of course. And thank you as parents to be there for them. But what an ambassador and recognition for El Paso. So we thank you and always appreciate. And I understand you're also great students. So. Amazing, great athletes, great students, and I always say there's not a bigger blessing as parents than to have successes like that. It just makes, we realize why we do everything that we do, right, when we have these kinds of successes. So thank you very much for being here today. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh.
Come stand be here.
Oh, there you go.
For the desk.
Yeah. And now with the parents, yeah, come on. Can we have the parents? Yeah, sure. We're going to get you in here, one way or the other.
Oh, that's nice. One last one, sorry, guys.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Caesar?
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the art students of Bel Air High School and their artwork, which is currently being showcased in the El Paso County Courthouse.
Will you guys come up here? All of you. All of us. I know there's on Skype is a very proud commissioner from Bel Air High School that is very happy that we're recognizing the students from his own high school.
Certainly wish I could be there in person. I'm very proud of them.
So on behalf of Commissioner Perez, I'll read the resolution. Where it's our honor to recognize the very gifted art students of Bel Air High School and congratulate them for being the state champions of the 2019 Texas State Visual Arts Scholastic event and winning 4 gold medals on February the 23rd, 2019. Whereas Bel Air High School had 120 entries of students participate in the regional VASE event or VASE event, and 98 out of 120 students won a gold medal, with 7 students advancing to the state competition. And whereas 1 student won the Gold Seal Award, the highest honor in the state of Texas, and a leadership award from the YISD Superintendent's Cabinet. And whereas the Bel Air art team had another student who became the first in the school's history to be a 4-time state champion, who also went on to win the 2019 El Paso Citywide Chalk the Block Professional Competition in October 2019. And whereas in April 2019, the Bel Air art team was listed in the top 50 finalists in the entire country for the 6th year in a row for the nationwide Vans Custom Show Design Art Competition, where 2,000 schools across the county were chosen to compete for a grand prize of $75,000 for their art program. And where other accomplishments from these talented students includes competing at the YISD District Chalk This Way's Art competition, where they won 4 gold and bronze medals, as well as 4th place honorable mention. Students also won top honors at the 2018 El Paso Community College Salute to the Arts Festival in November 2018, and won a gold silver medal along with an honorable mention. And whereas 3 students were in the top 10 finalists for the 2019 Congressional Art Competition and awarded the Congressional Art Championship Gold Medal from Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, and will have their artwork showcased in the United States Capitol building in Washington, D.C. And whereas the Bel Air art students were also commissioned to work on a major renovation for the downtown El Paso San Jacinto Plaza nativity scene from the first day of school for the 2018-2019 school year. And whereas the artwork that currently hangs along our offices were made especially for Commissioner's Court, with each piece showcasing the unique culture and warmth El Paso offers to all its residents and visitors. Now, therefore, be it resolved that El Paso County Judge and Commissioner's Court do hereby recognize the teachers, the students of Bel Air High School for their beautiful artwork and commendable talent, making a positive impact throughout the community. Signed this 3rd day of June, 2019. Isn't that amazing?
Second.
Well.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, I mean, it says it all, right? Amazing. I mean, this is, the audience, if you ever have an opportunity to go into our commissioner's area there, the lobby, to see some of the artwork, it's just one example of the amazing artwork. It's almost hard to believe how so much talent in one school. My goodness. There's something in the water, I guess, in that area, because this is just amazing. And once again, like the BMX, this really helps El Paso. We're trying desperately for people around the world to understand who we really are as a community. And when you do these kinds of things, it's just amazing. So thank you very much. And Commissioner Perez, would you like to say a few words?
Judge, I just want to say it's very impressive how many students, have been awarded and how many pieces of artwork there are in our lobby area. I was very impressed with the artwork that Congresswoman Escobar chose to hang there in the Capitol. I'm just very proud of everybody. It says a lot not only about your talents, but also about your teachers who are guiding you through this process. And so I just want to congratulate each and every one of you.
So Susie Baird, are you back there somewhere? I lost you somewhere. Susie Baird? I want to just, because she's here in representing Congresswoman Veronica Escobar, so thank you so much for being here. And as always, you know, there's great people behind, and I want to thank the teachers, Cesar Aguayo, Alex Carrillo, and Ramiro Ordóñez, and also a person has helped us tremendously, and I don't know if she's standing up, but Linda Mays, would you please stand up as well? Hi, Linda. Linda has been sort of the force behind everything. You know how you tell people they're going to do something and they say, yeah, we're going to bring some artwork. And, you know, I'm thinking maybe in 6 months, about 2 days later, she shows up and she's putting them up. And so thank you very much for having that drive and promotion of these incredible young people. So go forth and keep representing us in all the different things you're going to do. You're also a lot of graduates here. You graduate this year, as you could see them. So we ask that they wear their gown in here. So that's quite an honor as well. So thank you so much. You guys are amazing, and just keep moving forward. Now, as individuals, you know, keep representing El Paso the way you have already. Thank you so much. Linda. Could you have the teachers over here as well? Carrillo?
Yeah, we could have the shorter people in the front and then the taller people in the back. Let's have two rows.
Mr. Carrillo could be 2 blocks that way. We say he'll send them out. And yeah, you guys want to? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. The teachers, can I ask you if you could stay, if you guys could stay for the resolution, because we have some amazing resolutions coming up and some amazing people in the audience, and I would love for you to see these role models that'll be coming up here. So if you don't mind staying throughout thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Item number 5C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing June 6, 2019 as the 75th anniversary of D-Day and pay tribute to those brave soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice in Normandy 75 years ago, as well as honor our World War II veterans who are still with us today.
Who's here from, please, John? Sometimes you have to drag them up. They just don't want to. Thank you so much. This is quite an honor for me to read this resolution. Whereas on June 6, 1944, known as D-Day, more than 160,000 Allied troops, more than half of them Americans, stormed the beaches of Normandy, France, with a mission of liberating Western Europe from the tyranny of Nazi Germany during World War II, and whereas the Battle of Normandy was the largest amphibious invasion in military history and is recognized as one of the major turning points of World War II. And whereas during the Battle of Normandy, an estimated 10,000 Allied soldiers valiantly gave their lives, were wounded, or were missing in action, and by the end of August 1944 had successfully liberated France. And whereas the liberties we are blessed with today are because of these courageous soldiers who fought in the name of freedom, and they will always hold a cherished place in the history of the United States and never be forgotten. Whereas the Benavides Patterson All-Airborne Chapter, El Paso, Texas, a subordinate unit of the 82nd Airborne Division Association, will host a commemorative event on June 6, 2019, marking the 75th anniversary of D-Day. And now therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that June 6, 2019 be recognized as the 75th anniversary of D-Day as we pay tribute to those brave soldiers who made the ultimate sacrifice in Normandy 75 years ago, as well as honor our World War II veterans who are still with us today. Signed this 3rd day of June, 2019.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. John?
Yes, sir. Honorable Judge Samaniego, members of the court, my name is John Ceballos. I'm the Public Information Officer, and I represent the members of the El Paso chapter of the 82nd Airborne. We are grateful to the court for assisting us in commemorating the D-Day anniversary, the 75th anniversary of the D-Day invasion of Normandy, France. We are also honored to have with us one of the combat paratroopers who jumped into Normandy on D-Day and served as one of the honorable members of America's Guard of Honor, Lieutenant Colonel retired Robert E. Chisholm. So we'd like to thank you for assisting us in this opportunity to commemorate this historic event, and we greatly appreciate your assistance. Thank you.
John, thank you, and everything you do, Mr. Chisholm, just amazing to have you here. It's quite an honor. That's why I wanted our young adults to be here that are blessed with the freedom to do the artwork and express themselves in any way they want to. And that couldn't happen if we didn't have these historical situations that happen in people like yourself, Mr. Chisholm. So I thank you for being here. I was honored about a month ago as an honorary member of the 82nd Airborne, and I believe that it's in the highlight of most things of being honored, because my brother, Captain Chito Samaniego, was also honored by the 82nd Airborne. So thank you so much. My son was also honored, my 14-year-old. This is a blessing, an honor that I'll do everything possible to make sure that I make you proud of having done that. So thank you so much today. Thank you. Okay, sure. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Sure. We're going to hear a few words from Mr. McKenzie.
You want to say something, Bob? Okay, all right,
When you read the second resolution, he'll go ahead and.
Okay, thank you.
okay.
Item number 5D, approve and adopt a resolution honoring the heroic legacy of Lieutenant Colonel Robert E. Chisholm and recognize him for his most recent induction into the 82nd Airborne Division's All-American Hall of Fame on May 22nd, 2019.
Mr. McKenzie, you want to say something prior to this resolution, or you want to wait till?
Well, that's all right, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, this is just an amazing opportunity and honor to do this. Whereas almost immediately following the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, Robert E. Bob Chisholm, two older brothers, enlisted in the military to fight in World War II. After much persistence from their son, his parents finally agreed to sign the document stating that their son, now retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Chisholm, was really 19 instead of 17, so that he too could serve his country. Whereas in August of 1942, he officially joined the United States Army and attended basic combat training in Fort Walters, Texas, where he completed airborne jump school and was assigned to the 508th Parachute Infantry Regiment of the 82nd Airborne Division. And whereas Chisholm was involved in the combat action of Operation Neptune, completing a combat parachute jump into Normandy, France on D-Day, suffering his first combat wound at age 19. Later, he also served as member of the invading Allied forces into the country of Holland during Operations Market Garden and suffered a second combat wound. And whereas his combat actions in Holland would later be described in the book History of the 508th Parachute Infantry by author William G. Lord, who detailed how Chisholm had demonstrated exemplary leadership in the action that ensued and was awarded the Legion of Merit. And whereas he was also involved in the bitter fighting in Belgium during the Battle of the Bulge and was wounded a third time, he endured wounds of such severity that he almost lost his life. And whereas in 1953, Chisholm continued to serve his country and fought in the Korean War, where he sustained yet another wound, which would lead to his evacuation to a U.S. military hospital in Japan. Whereas Chisholm demonstrated exceptional courage, where he entered the Vietnam War and served with the Vietnamese Army 45th Regiment and was subjected to additional combat service. Whereas the name Robert E. Chisholm is etched into the registers of military combat history, appearing as entry number 45 in a list of combat veterans who have earned the Triple Combat Infantry Badge for service in 3 military conflicts, which include World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. This recognition is enshrined in the National Infantry Museum in Columbus, Georgia. And whereas in August of 2012, the French government recognized Colonel Chisholm for his part in the liberation of Paris, France, and awarded him with the French Legion of Honor Medal and bestowed upon him the status of knighthood, first degree. And whereas on August 17, 2013, Lieutenant Colonel Chisholm was honored as 2013 All-American of the Year, a distinguished recognition of the 82nd Airborne Division Association, an organization comprised of over 100 U.S. chapters and an estimated 40,000 paratroopers. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court do hereby honor the heroic legacy of Lieutenant Colonel Robert E. Chisholm and recognize him for his most recent induction into the 82nd Airborne Division's All-American Hall of Fame on May 22nd, 2019, for his meritorious and exemplary military career. Signed this 3rd day of June, 2019.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I hope you now that are young people from Bel Air, you understand why I asked you to stay. I doubt if you'll ever go through life to be in the honor of such a man. I mean, this is beyond understandable. It's one of those outliers that you just can't understand. So, Lieutenant Colonel Chisholm, I'm glad that you're here today, and thank you for everything that you've done and your persistence to keep our nation safe. Thank you so much. Mr. McKenzie, did you want to say a few words before Mr. Chisholm?
It is my honor to be a member of the 82nd Airborne Association, and a greater honor to be a friend of this man. And as a member of the County Historical Commission, I wanted to let everyone know that our Vietnam Veterans Chapter 844 is named the Lieutenant Colonel Robert Chisholm Chapter of the Vietnam Veterans of America here in El Paso, because of his continuing leadership and his service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir?
Judge Samaniego and members of the court, I deeply appreciate the proclamation. I also am appreciative of the strong relationship that we have between our Benavides-Patterson All Airborne Chapter, and we will continue to have this strong relationship, not only with our chapter, but with the active duty personnel in this great city of ours and the reservists. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. You want to take a...
For the Bel Air kids and the teachers, you're welcome to leave. I know you've got some activities pending and we don't want to hold you guys back, so unless you're wanting to stay a little longer, it's fine. But if you guys need to get to your other activities, you're very welcome to do so. One more applause for these great young people here.
You're here.
Yeah.
It's so good to see you, sir. How are you doing?
Say you. It is good to be here.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
No, I haven't.
Yes, sir. World War II.
Vietnam. Sí, se todo pelón. Got to offer county bonuses.
Caesar, we're ready for public comment.
Thank you, sir. Item number 6 is public comment. And we do have one person signed up. Judge, we do have Stephen Strummer.
Mr. Strummer, please come up. Thank you for being here.
I wanted to thank everybody for approving funding for the El Paso Opportunity Center. To me, this is leadership. This is really important to our community. To me, that's one of a kind. That's what makes El Paso beautiful. I had this idea with all these immigrants coming over the border. 1,036 were apprehended Wednesday. Maybe we don't have to wait for the answer for Washington. I mean, why? Why do we have to wait for the answer for Washington? Why can't we provide food as El Pasoans? Why can't we just have like a sandwich line on a Saturday and provide food or oranges or whatever, or some socks or things of that sort, and provide and welcome them no matter what it is? Because right now they feel like they're in turmoil. They're in the flux. And it's hard when you have children and you don't have like a way to support them at the time. You're like in limbo. I mean, it's our community. Maybe, you know, ask the help of the community college or the school system, and you know, everybody goes out to Walmart and purchase food. And I mean, it can't all be for the federal government to feed. We have to work together. It's just an idea of mine, but I really appreciate you helping us with the Opportunity Center. It's one of a kind. There are no words in the English language to thank you enough for that help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stromer. Appreciate it.
This brings us to item number 7, board appointments. Approve and authorize the appointment of Commissioner Carlos Leon's nominee, Nestor Asensio, to the El Paso County Risk Pool Board for a 2-year term ending May 14th, 2021.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Excuse my sore throat, and I think Mr. Asensio, if you don't mind coming to the podium, thank you for being here today. As all of you know, El Paso County is a self-insured entity, and there's a lot at stake here, a tremendous amount of funds that go through that board that you all need to make decisions on. Just a little bit about Mr. Mr. Asensio, born and raised in a military family, father retiring as a lieutenant colonel in El Paso in 1970. Currently a proud resident of El Paso since 1992, served in the U.S. Army as a military policeman in Berlin, Germany, surrounded by the Berlin Wall. He has a bachelor's in management, married, 3 daughters and a son, 7 grandchildren. Texas educator at El Paso Community College and high school mathematics, engineering at Socorro Independent School District for 14 years. And Mr. Asensio, I thank you, and we all thank you for accepting this challenge, and we need this type of experience sitting on the board. So congratulations. Well, you haven't been voted in yet, but as soon as we do that. Okay. Would you like to say something?
This is an honor. I was surprised to find out about Colonel Chisholm. Being from a military background and family, it is definitely an honor to be here more than twice, to serve on the board, for the board, as well as to be in his presence. Thank you.
Thank you. Having heard that, I make a motion to assign Mr. Asensio to the Risk Pool Board.
Second?
Yeah, we had a second. Yeah.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson. Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Asensio, congratulations. One of the things that I was told before starting my new job was that, we're going to be successful in a lot of different ways, but one of them is finding the right appointees to our different agencies, and I thank you. And I always respect Commissioner Leon's selection, and I know you're going to do an amazing job for us, so thank you very much for taking on this work. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Item number 8, County Administration. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the 86th legislative session to include presenting information for the court's consideration, removing or including bills on the county state legislative agenda, and supporting or opposing filed legislation, and take any action necessary on aforementioned items.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Ana Apodaca, Governmental Affairs Manager. I'm here to provide you an update with regards to the legislative session. I'm sure most of you all know that the legislative session ended for our delegation on May 27th. So right now, all the bills that have made it and passed are on awaiting signature on the governor's desk. He has until June 16th to make final decisions on those bills and move those forward. I am happy to announce today that 3 of our county bills have actually already been signed by the governor. The first one being HB 145. That was a bill that was advocated by Commissioner Leon. And that was our first bill to get passed and signed, and that actually got signed late May. I'm happy to announce that our final bill that got signed happened on Friday, and that was SB 1402, which is very exciting for the county. And this bill is going to be in regards to undeveloped lots that have not been developed for 25 years or more. It's my understanding that the history of this legislation, that the county has been wanting to pass this bill for several years, but was unsuccessful. So we're really happy that it finally made it through and got signature this past Friday. There are a couple more bills awaiting signature from the governor. So we'll be paying close attention to those bills. First one is House Bill 2747, which is in relation to the licensing and regulation of massage therapies. And also House Bill 1318, though the bill itself did not make it pass legislation, it was amended to Senate Bill 1238, and that did pass and is awaiting signature from the governor. couple of county bills that are not moving forward are Senate Bill 803, which was in regards to the mental health assessment in the county. Also House Bill 1319. It never moved past the House. And finally, House Bill 1022, the ignition interlock, made it past the House, went into the Senate, but did not pass the Senate. So those 3 county bills will not be moving forward. Bills of interest to the county where the court has expressed interest in either supporting or opposing. Wanted to give you an update on those bills. With regards to House Bill 2287, that is with regards to the Housing Authority doing some work in the county. That bill has passed both chambers and is awaiting signature from the governor. House Bill 2020, which relates to the release of defendants on bail, has made it past both chambers and is awaiting signature. However, before it passed out of the Senate, it was amended. The county was more so concerned with language with regards to imposing a risk assessment. Our county currently has a risk assessment that is leaps and bounds ahead of what the state wanted to impose. So that language was amended and taken out, so that bill no longer affects the county in a negative way. So HB 2020, though is moving forward, does not have a negative impact for the county. Next bill is House Bill 1495. The big concern with this bill is was language with regards to the ethics, and so that language was amended and removed, and so it's not moving forward. And again, this one is awaiting signature. I'm going to go back and take a step back, and actually HB 2020 is actually completely dead in the Senate. So I just wanted to correct that one for you. Another bill of interest is Senate Bill 29. This was with regards to lobbying. This bill died and did not make it past both chambers. HB 2826 is a bit concerning because this is regarding to contingency fee contracts, and there was a concern whether or not attorneys we would want to limit the ability of representation by attorneys on a contingency fee contract. And so this one has made it past both chambers and is awaiting signature. And the next and final bill is SB 2. Obviously, SB 2 is of concern because of the revenue cap at 3.5%, and it is on the governor's desk awaiting signature. That being said, are there any questions for me?
Commissioners?
Judge, I have a question. Regarding the revenue cap, I know that indigent defense was, I guess, exempted in some way. And is that something that our staff is working on? I guess that would be a question for Wally or for Betsy.
Commissioner, last week, Wally and I were looking at the new formula and working on getting some examples of how it would impact us. There is an actual formula that they have provided on how to calculate it. What they're calling it the voter approved tax rate. So you do the formula, and if you're proposing a tax rate greater than that formula's results or greater, then you have to go to an election. And basically, Wally, I sent this to you on Friday. It's actually I saved it. Hang on one second.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the formula, but do we know yet how much indigent defense will be exempted? I know we spend about, 11 or 12 million on indigent defense. Will that total amount be exempted, and how much does that amount to? Is that like an extra 0.5%, for the revenue cap?
Commissioner Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. What we have to look for very closely is the rules that come out in the Truth in Taxation tax calculation. so that we can see the period that they're going to use as the base year for indigent defense, and then the growth or change in that indigent defense cost. Once those instructions and forms are released by the comptroller's office, we will ensure that we are getting the correct growth in dollars, because I don't know that we're going to get every whole dollar, but just the change in dollars. But we're dogging that.
And from what I understand, it only exempted part of the indigent defense.
Correct.
Betsy?
So the public defender's office wouldn't be exempted, but whatever we spend on the wheel would, right? I think that's what it.
Well, I don't know. I'm not clear on that, but it did specify. Like, for example, there are certain there's an HR cost to having indigent defense. It sounded to me like you couldn't count that.
Right.
It was like direct representation cost.
Right. So which would be what we pay to the outside attorneys, as opposed to our own.
I wasn't
defenders.
aware about the public defense carve out, but that will make a significant impact if it is that case, because as you know, indigent public defenders provides 40 to 60% of representation,
right,
for all indigent defense in El Paso County.
And as I read the statute that is awaiting signature, it is for the period beginning July 1 of the tax year, prior to the tax year for which we're adopting, and ending June 30. So that cycle would end at the end of this month, and we would track that in future tax periods. And then we would offset that by any amount of state grants we get during that same time frame.
Judge.
Commissioner Robinson?
With respect to Commissioner Perez's basic question in regards to revenue caps, what impact will the unfunded mandates have on revenue caps? Was there anything that give us any relief at all?
No, there was a bill that was filed, but it never grew legs
at all.
So we're stuck.
Betsy, and I'm sure you'll be working with us, trying to make sure that we understand all the nuances of the bill so that we don't get too out of the scope, and also be able to understand without speculation or, anticipating something that we don't know about. So, and Anna, thank you very much for all your work. And if I know we'll pass it along to the delegation and to Senator Rodriguez for all the work they did. I'm sure they're now exhausted after such a long, and this was probably, they say, one of the toughest legislation in a long time. So
Definitely want to send our thanks to our delegation for the support that they provided us. Without that support, I don't think I would be standing in front of you today with 3 bills having been signed by the governor already.
yeah,
So
appreciate that. Thank you, Anna. Betsy, I'd like to make sure I accommodate Commissioner Perez. So, will you let us know, Commissioner Perez, so we can move into executive session when you're ready?
Yeah. I think we can go into around 11 o'clock or so to give us about an hour. But that's fine. Just thank you.
In about half an hour? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You'll keep tabs on that, Betsy, just so that we'll make sure. Okay. Thank you.
Just for our planning purposes as well, when we go into executive session, is it just for one particular item, or are we going to go through the entire items on the executive session?
It just depends on, I think we could go through all of them, but if he needs to step out, we still have quorum, so it won't matter.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay. And then if he has any preference of anything during executive session, we'll move those in front. Okay, thank you.
And item 8, just for the record purposes, it's no action.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 8, no action. This brings us to item number 9, litigation, justice, and law enforcement. Item 9, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement for school resource officers with the Clint Independent School District to provide school resource officers for the 2019 through 2020 and 2020 to 2021 school years. Funds will be deposited into account General Fund, Sheriff's Office Patrol Reimbursement Salaries. Contract number 2019-0280. Judge, may I read item number 10 as well?
Yes, please.
Item number 10, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the interlocal agreement for school resource officers with San Elizario Independent School District to provide school resource officers for the 2019 through 2020 and 2020 through 2021 school years. Funds will be deposited into account General Fund, Sheriff's Office, Patrol Reimbursement Salaries. Contract number 2019-0366.
Thank you.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Ryan Udworthy, I'm the Commander of the Patrol Bureau.
Thank you.
What we're doing is this is a continuation of an existing contract we have with both school districts. The Clinton Independent School District has asked for an additional 6 in the contract to cover all of their schools. So that will bring the number of deputies to 14 within Clinton ISD, and we will maintain the 2 at the San Elizario ISD. This is a 2-year agreement rather than having to come back every year presented to Commissioners Court.
Commissioners, comments? No. Commissioner Leon?
Go ahead,
Somebody
Chief.
going to say something? No, all I was going to do is make a motion.
Okay.
But if
Second.
somebody's got some comments.
I just had a quick question. Are those new positions going to be new hires or are they existing deputies?
It's going to pay for the new hires. So it'll increase the manning table by an additional 6 because they're already paying the ones that are in place.
And I've got to say that it goes a long way insofar as crime prevention.
Absolutely.
Whether we're talking about this year or 15 years from now.
Yes, sir.
So it's a tremendous program. And just for the public's information, if I understand it correctly, the districts are paying half their salaries.
No, actually, the district is paying all the salaries. So the Clinton Independent School District has been very supportive, as well as San Eli. They want to continue, and I see this relationship continuing for many years. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, the real collateral effect is the partnership with our community.
Absolutely, Judge.
That's what I understand, and we talk about, being able to have those partnerships where they don't see only the part of law enforcement, but also the relationships and what we do to mentor.
And that's one of the things we like to do. We like to leave our SROs in place because they do build those relationships with the students. My children go to Clinton Independent School District, so they know the SROs, and they're on first name basis with the officers in the schools, which is good because we want them on that type of relationship.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that work. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge.
So there's a motion and a second, right?
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Item number 11, Human Resources. Approve the Medicare Advantage Plan rate proposal and authorize the county judge to sign the Aetna Medicare Advantage Plan group agreement with Aetna Life Insurance Company for Medicare-eligible county retirees and their dependents for the plan year 2019. Funding is available in IS Health Retirement Medical Advantage Plan fee. Contract number 2019-0165 and 2019-0205.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Berenice Acosta with the Human Resources
Good
Department.
morning.
The purpose of today's item is to seek the court's approval on the Medicare Advantage Plan rate and agreement with Aetna Life Insurance. The court on December 3rd, 2018 approved and awarded the bid to Aetna to serve as the county's third-party administrator for the health and dental benefits, which allowed the opportunity to obtain a Medicare Advantage plan. Currently, the county is providing health insurance coverage for our Medicare-eligible retirees and/or their spouses through Medicare group agreements with Aetna. The agreement outlines the benefits, provisions, rights, and responsibilities for those participating in the plan. There are approximately 140 eligible retirees and/or spouses enrolled in the Aetna Medicare Advantage Plan for plan year 2019. The county currently subsidizes 50% of the Medicare Advantage Plan premiums. The premium is $189.50 per member per month, with the member paying $94.75 per month, and the county paying $94.75 per member per month. The total annual cost to the county based on the current enrollment and current payment of 50% of the premium is $159,188, which is significantly less than what we would pay or what we paid when we did not have a Medicare Advantage plan. Staff is recommending for Commissioners Court to approve the Medicare Advantage plan for plan year 2019.
Thank you. Betsy, any additional comments?
No, sir, just, this is a smarter way to provide the insurance to this class of retirees. Previously, the county kept them on our regular plan, and it was a significant higher cost to the county. Plus, our retirees have responded that it's at a lower cost to them, and the feedback from them has continued to be positive.
Excellent.
Move to approve. Second.
Mr. Robinson?
A couple questions in that regard. So one is that fundamentally this is the best value for the retiree and the county?
Correct. Yes, it's for.
And how do this plan compare to others that was presented?
The plan because it is a private insurance through Aetna, it's a Medicare plan, which is it's a enhanced plan versus the federal Medicare plan.
Okay. And this, what are we doing? How long is this? How long is the contract again?
The time frame?
Time frame.
Oh, it's for 1 year. So every year, Aetna will provide us a rate proposal, and we bring it to the court.
And starting date is?
January 1st, 2019.
Is there a limitation on how minimum time that we can do a plan?
Because this is the rates are based on federal, we do have to do it on a yearly basis.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 12, approve and authorize the acceptance of donations and sponsorships for the 2019 El Paso County Employee Picnic, which will be held on Saturday, September 21st, 2019, pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 81.032. Further, approve and authorize the picnic committee to fundraise for this event. Lastly, approve and authorize a waiver of applicable parking fees for employees with their county ID.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Valeria Fernandez with the County HR Department. This item is our annual request for the acceptance of donations and sponsorships for the Employee Appreciation Picnic. This will actually be our 9th annual picnic. The Employee Appreciation Picnic is an event held each year to celebrate the hard work and dedication of county employees with their families. And this event occurs slowly through the generous donations that we do receive. This item further is a request to waive the parking fees at Ascarete Park on the day of the picnic, which has been set for Saturday, September 21st, 2019. So please save those dates in your calendars. And we're really excited to have this great opportunity to honor our employees and their families on this day.
Commissioner?
Second.
Commissioner Robinson?
You said donations.
Yes, sir.
What has been the cost in the past?
In the past years, we've had donations from department heads and elected officials, and then also the Sports Commission has
Total.
the total cost for the county in the past years. If I remember correctly, this last year we spent $6,000 to $7,000.
All through donations.
And then beyond that, it was donations, and then also the proceeds the revenue, yes, ma'am, from the prescription drug program that the county had, and that we just renewed, or we have a new contract for that, so we'll have funding coming in through that. But it has been mostly generous donations from department heads, elected officials, as well as the Sports Commission has also sponsored food and drink in the past years.
Who makes the donation payable to who?
I'm sorry, sir?
Who do we make the donation payable to?
To the county. So we'll put out a call for donations. We'll send out letters to all the elected officials and department heads, and then our office staff, Janet Sanchez, she's the primary contact person, and she'll provide receipts.
Okay. Oh, I thought we had to make the check payable to Betsy.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you.
We stopped that.
No más.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Valeria. Good luck on the picnic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 13, information technology. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the service order forms with CenturyLink Level 3 financing. Funding is available in General Fund, ITD, Communications Data. Contract number 2019-0361.
Good morning, Christopher.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Chris Stathis, your Chief Technology Officer. The item before you is a request for the continuation of services for communication technologies with CenturyLink, formerly Level 3. These services provide connectivity to 18 of our remote sites, as well as connectivity back to the county and our MDR building. These infrastructure circuits are extremely important to the county, and I highly recommend approval. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioners?
Motion to approve?
Second?
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Christopher, thanks. Thank you for your hard work.
Item number 14, Public Works. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Local Transportation Project Advance Funding Agreement for John Hayes Extension Project and the accompanying resolution with the Texas Department of Transportation. Contract number is 2019-0322.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Netos, Director of Planning and Development. The item before you this morning is an advance funding agreement, which is the funding contract between TxDOT and any governmental agency for the use of federal or state funds on any project. Specifically, this one is related to the design phase of the John Hayes extension, which will take an unimproved right-of-way from Pelicano north to Mountainwood Drive. And so this was identified, these funds are identified at the El Paso MPO, and that project list was approved by the Commissioners Court in May of 2018 of last year. And so this is just the contract that needs to be executed for the county to begin to draw down on those federal dollars. With that, we'd ask the court's favorable consideration. I'm available to answer any questions the court may have.
Commissioners?
Judge, I had a question on attachment C. There's an obligated cost of $695,000. I just had a question about that. I was a little confused because it looked like it was significantly more than 20% when you look at the grand totals.
Right,
I'm
yes.
sorry, were you able to hear me clearly on that?
Yes, Commissioner. Just making sure that you had completed your thought. So the local match is $372,000. That is the 20% that's required of any governmental agency. On top of that, the way that this project was approved by the court in May of 18, there is a local contribution that exceeds that 20% of $695,280. So that about $700,000 is going to be used to supplement that. And that was just as a result of the fact that at the MPO, when these projects were submitted, there's a shortage of funds, as there typically is. And so while the county had pursued as much funding as possible for this particular phase of this project, this is what was available. So it is a mix of, this is not 100% federally funded. This is a blend of federal funds in addition to local funds. And so we've submitted that in our department's fiscal year 20 budget requests to ensure that the funds are available for next year.
Thank you. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Jose.
Item number 15, discuss and take appropriate action on the acceptance of a proposed park in Ironwood subdivision.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. Gilbert Saldaña with Planning and Development. Ironwood is a proposed subdivision located in precinct number 4 that will have regional retention ponds and will be serviced with water and sewer by El Paso Water. A variance was approved on November 19th, 2018 for right-of-way widths. Since all the lots exceeded the minimum lot requirements, no park dedication was required by the county regulations. Ironwood subdivision will be a subdivision approximately 43.7 acres and is located approximately half a mile west of I-10 and approximately half a mile north of Los Mochis Drive in Canotillo. This subdivision will contain approximately 176 lots. As shown on the exhibit, approximately half of the subdivision is within the City of El Paso extraterritorial jurisdiction, or ETJ, and the other half is within the Village of Vinton ETJ. The developer has voluntarily requested the city ETJ requirements be applied to the entire subdivision. As previously mentioned, the developer is not required to dedicate a park under the county regulations, but is required under the City of El Paso regulations. To meet the city requirements, the developer is proposing to dedicate approximately 2.2 acres of parkland as shown. Of the 2.2 acres, the city will require 1 acre to be fully developed, and the remaining 1.2 acres will remain undeveloped and undisturbed in its natural state. Although Ironwood subdivision lies partially in the city ETJ, it is not within the city's path of annexation where the city usually accepts the park for maintenance. Therefore, the City of El Paso is inquiring if the county is willing to accept and maintain the proposed park that will be improved to meet the city requirements. The City of El Paso provided us a list of amenities they will require for this park. Some of the amenities include sod and irrigation system, concrete sidewalks, play structure with metal shade canopy and a light pole, minimum of 2 shaded picnic units or 4 benches on concrete pads, trees in the parkway at 20-foot intervals, and shade trees and plants within the park. It is estimated the maintenance cost for this park will be approximately $27,177 per year. That cost would include the cost of the salary of a 20-hour maintenance worker, fertilizers, utilities, etc. Because of construction timelines, it is anticipated the impact would have commenced in fiscal year 2021. Our department's recommendation is to accept the proposed park in Ironwood subdivision, meeting the City of El Paso park requirements as part of the subdivision plat, further ensure the necessary personnel and operating resources are provided to the Parks and Recreation Department at the time the public park site is dedicated to and accepted by the county. This concludes my my presentation, and we'll answer any questions you may have.
Commissioners? Commissioner Robinson?
2.2 acres.
I'm sorry, 2.2 acres for the entire park site.
It's just pocket park. And you said the maintenance on it annually be $27,000?
Yes, sir. That's what the estimated cost is.
And we had to provide the amenities.
Yeah, again, I think that the uniqueness about this one is that we weren't able to require it under our regulations. So the city is requiring it from the developer and is basically asking us, is the county willing to accept and maintain this park?
No, I understand. And we definitely need the park, particularly in that area.
Yes, sir.
For the residents that live there now and that will be living there as well. So I'm supportive of it. Betsy, one of the things that I was glad I was able to do before I left office over on the other side of the river. We had land donated to us by a private person in a community at far northeast, and the purpose of it was it was dedicated specifically for a park for that community. We were able to get a grant from the State Parks and Wildlife to supplement the cost of developing the park. So it was, I think it was 50-50, if I remember correctly. 50% from the Parks and Wildlife and 50 from that we had to provide. And what is the time frame that we're looking at on the park?
Well, the subdivision hasn't even started, so it'll take
okay.
a little over a year for it to actually.
Down the road, okay.
Yes,
So
sir.
we have time to work on getting,
And Commissioner, in this particular case, just to clarify, the developer is going to be paying and putting in the park as part of the subdivision.
Yes. So they would.
okay, great.
Yeah, so the improvements, the 1 acre of fully developed portion would be done by the developer.
Okay,
So-
I misread that, okay.
Yeah, the remaining portion, which is about a 1.2 acres, the remaining portion would remain undeveloped, but could be obviously expanded with such grants that what you're referring to.
And we've been, thanks to Veronica Myers, our Parks and Recreation Director, whose birthday is today, we have been very successful in applying for and receiving grants through the Texas Parks and Wildlife this past several months. So if we do find that the additional development is desired and that there's a demand for it, in addition to the initial development, it's something I definitely think we can pursue grants and identify a use that meets the community's needs.
Right. On the development portion of it, not the park, but of the whole acreage of the housing that's going to be there, what is the anticipated number of houses that we're going to have there?
About 176.
176 houses?
176 lots.
Lots,
Most-
okay.
All of them will be residential lots.
Okay, so if you figure 176, if you figure a minimum of 2 persons per apartment or house, which case may be, so you're looking at a large number of people. Yeah? Yeah, plus. So I was going to round it off by about 500. Okay. So my thought process was, when you say the need, I'm looking at the number of people that's going to be there, which means that there will be a need for further development. So I want to move to approve.
I've got a couple of questions.
Yeah, Commissioner Stout?
Do we maintain parks in other ETJ areas or developments that are within the ETJ and not necessarily completely just under the county's jurisdiction?
Yeah, so in these type of developments, subdivisions, like I mentioned, there is a park requirement in certain situations when we do variances. In certain areas, there's certain areas that maybe, for example, the city ETJ or their path of annexation, if it's in their path of annexation, the city will actually accept the park for maintenance. And so we defer for them to go ahead and maintain those. In other cases, like for example, the Paseo del Este Mud will also maintain them. But if we don't have an entity that will accept and maintain the park, is when the county assumes that responsibility.
And do we know why the city is? Why is it that the city doesn't want to do it?
This one is outside their path of annexation. So they have like a half-mile path of annexation where they could potentially have a better chance of annexing. So they will take that responsibility and do those for that area that's within their path. But this one's outside their path, and that's why they won't accept the park for maintenance on this particular one.
And it wouldn't be built if we didn't maintain it?
Correct. They would, because they couldn't maintain it, and if we denied the acceptance and maintenance of it, they would just pull it out and the subdivision just basically be developed without a park.
Plus the fact that we probably would not be able to get the land donated in the first place if we didn't follow, if we follow county guidelines, we would not be eligible, or not eligible. The developer is not required.
Correct.
Under the city ordinances, they are required to dedicate a portion of land for a park. That's what the basic difference is for us.
And we are, just Commissioner, on a side note, Norma and I had a discussion about this previously. There have been other cases where a subdivision has been brought forward where there wasn't going to be a maintenance, and the Public Works Director specifically at that time asked the court for the funds to maintain it. I will tell you from a general perspective and a quality of life, one thing Veronica is always reminding us is of the National Recreation and Park Standards. And it's so much easier to do this on the front end versus try to do it after the fact. And the standard is 10 acres of park for every 1,000 residents. So in this area, you're talking about 176 homes, approximately 500 people. So to be able to be getting some park dedication, I think is an important aspect of quality of life. And it's generally easier to do it on the front end. As Commissioner Leon, as you know, we've been working on getting a park in Desert Acceptance for several years, and it's so much more difficult to do after the fact. Mm-hmm. So just something for the court's consideration.
Thank you. Jose?
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner Jose Landeros, Director of Planning and Development. To just sort of add to Mrs. Keller's comments, that's exactly one of the reasons why our department's recommending approval. Typically, for a long time, historically, I would say about 10 or 11 years, the city of El Paso would often require parks in their ETJ, and the county would actually state, no, we don't want the park. And so as a result, we had subdivisions that were constructed in the unincorporated areas that don't have access to a park space, and that's a huge quality of life amenity that makes a neighborhood complete. As a result of changes in our design standards, we were able to begin to require parks under certain circumstances. This particular subdivision, because all of the lot sizes were at our standard, we weren't able to require the park at that point. Because the thought was, if you're going to have parks that are, or lots that are smaller than our standard, you're going to have smaller yards, and you need to have the park as an exchange to ensure that children and the public generally have access to some open green space. Because of our increased coordination with the city, this would actually be a reversal of everything that historically the county has done in terms of saying yes to something that the city can require, but it's our decision. And so our goal here is to ensure that the court is made aware of what the fiscal impact would be once the subdivision park is accepted to the county and we bring that online. And so if the court votes favorably on this, we anticipate continuing to go down this route and just bring those on a case-by-case basis to the Commissioner's Court for the court's future consideration.
And you're not limited in any way. I know Parks and Recreation has a great strategy on what they want to do with parks. We're not limited in any way with what we'd like to see in a park?
Currently, no. I mean, in terms of our standards, the comprehensive parks plan is going to include design standards for parks. Right now, everything is done very much on an ad hoc basis. And so instead of having those standards just be between staff and developers, we want to make sure we have a published set of standards that everyone knows what the rules are before they begin to develop. And then in circumstances like this, where the park is in the ETJ, we can also rely on the city's park standards to ensure that developers don't have a moving target and that we have something to review against. But our goal is to have our own standards in place. And so our staff will continue to work closely with city planning and inspections on the layout and design of the park, and the city parks and department as well. We'll coordinate with county parks just to ensure that the amenities are at what the county would like to see in terms of layouts, in terms of infrastructure, because again, it will be our park to maintain and not the city's park to maintain.
Yeah, that was my concern.
Yeah, differences in equipment, differences in priority of programmable, usable area versus amenities. All of those are considerations that we'll be working closely with the city, but we do just need the court's approval to move forward to say we do want generally these areas to be dedicated to the county during construction, and then we can actually discuss the amenities and the design during that process moving forward.
Thank you, Jose.
Commissioner Pettis has a question.
Commissioner Pettis?
Thank you, Judge. Jose, does this open up a can of worms? Because, the whole point of the variance policy was to, exactly to what you said, in the event that there's smaller lots, the idea was to provide a park in exchange. What if there's a development outside of an ETJ area where all the lots are 6,000 square feet? Our policy currently doesn't provide for parks. So is that something that we're going to have to reevaluate if we're putting a park in this circumstance? Are we going to have to reevaluate now putting parks in those areas that originally weren't intended to get parks?
So as we move forward with updating our design standards and our subdivision order, part of that is going to include looking at what the county should realistically be requiring for park space. And so that's going to also be an assessment of, the city, I think, currently does a 1 acre park for every 100 homes. It's generally roughly the exchange that you can think of when you're determining park space. And so whether or not the county has the authority to begin to just require some of these things outright, as opposed to utilizing the variance policy, is something that once we begin to jointly update our standards with the city of El Paso, we'll want that to be hammered out, to be reviewed and researched by our consultant, so that we do have amenities, or so that we do have a set of standards in place. But currently, right now, at this point, if there's a subdivision that meets the county's minimum standards, we have no legal authority to require them to do anything more than what they are already doing. It's only once they begin to request for those variances that we can begin to request park space or other amenities, unless it's within the ETJ. And at that point, it becomes an issue of dual jurisdiction between the city and the county, in which case we could consider requests like the one before the court this morning.
Okay. And just as a general comment, I think as we go into budget, we really need to take a close look at the new revenue that's coming from these types of developments, and ensuring that we're dedicating the proper amount of resources, not just for parks, but for all infrastructure. And so I hope that's something that we can examine during budget, because if we just don't allocate those resources or put it off to future years, we're going to get stuck with a pretty big bill as things start to come online. So I hope that we can have a broader discussion about dedicating some of this new revenue coming from these particularly new subdivisions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a motion on the table from Commissioner Robinson.
And just for clarification, the motion is just as you have up here on
Correct.
the slide, which is to accept the proposed park in Ironwood subdivision, and meeting City of El Paso park requirements as part of the subdivision plat, and further to ensure that the necessary personnel and operating resources are provided to the Parks and Rec Department at the time the public park site is dedicated to and accepted by the county. That would be the motion.
Yes.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Gilbert, Jose, Veronica, happy birthday. Enjoy your day. Thank you.
Judge, it's 11:05. Did you want to continue with the meeting, or did you want to go into executive session?
I'd like to, executive session, would this be good for you, Commissioner Pettis?
Yes, Judge, it would. Thank you, sir.
Perfect, let's do that. And then we'll determine if we keep the same order.
At this time, Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 23A through 24F pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.074, and 551.087. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
All county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos. Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
All county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
All county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
all county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
all county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened in regular open session. Item number 24 from regular session. Discuss and take appropriate action on the dispute by Mr. Cesar Anchondo, bailiff for the Associate Family Court 1, in accordance with the overpayments, underpayments, and repayment policy. Judge, may I read 25 and 26 as well?
Yes.
And actually 27 as well, or is that separate? Item number 25, discuss and take appropriate action on the appeal from Mr. Carlos Mendoza, bailiff for County Court at Law 4, regarding his overpayment in accordance with overpayments, underpayments, and repayment policy. And item number 26, discuss and take appropriate action on the appeal from Mr. Francisco Hernandez, bailiff for the 346th District Court, regarding his overpayment in accordance with the overpayments, underpayments, and repayment policy.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with Human Resources. As you know, we have 3 items and 3 employees currently disputing their overpayment. And so what I'd like to do is provide a general history of bailiffs and where we're at today on pay scales. And then, of course, I'll go specifically into each of their disputes. So in general, for the court's attention and for those that are listening, in 1991, bailiffs were all uniformed, where bailiff pay was exactly the same, and it varied based on auditor's analysis. In 2000, steps were implemented for the entire county for the very first time. In 2006 and 2007, the County of El Paso contracted with an external firm to conduct a Fair Labor Standards Act, or a FLISA study. At that time, the bailiff pay scale was kept separate. And again, because legislation asked that bailiffs be paid uniformly, whether they started at year 1 or if they were in year 20, that pay scale was a GS 27, and all bailiffs were paid exactly the same. In 2007, for the first time, we increased our max step to 15 on all scales. And in 2017, legislative changes occurred, causing the ability for counties to pay bailiffs, especially in El Paso, differently based on years of experience versus having them be paid the same regardless. That happened in 2017. At the exact same time, in fiscal year 17, Munis system was implemented. This was the first time that steps and COLAs were also run by the HR department. In prior years, ITD, auditors, and HR had a hand in determining what those mass increases look like. As a result of the legislative change, in FY18, bailiffs were placed on regular pay scales for the first time. Coincidentally, they were still placed at a GS 27 if they were certified under TCOL, and they were placed at a GS 22 on our pay scales if they were not certified under TCOL. In order to determine proper placement at that time, we worked one by one and looked at every bailiff file to look at how many years they had been a bailiff at the County of El Paso and placed them at the step that was relevant to those years of experience as a bailiff. That was done in FY18. After audits were run by HR later that year, several errors were discovered on employee pay, to include some of the bailiffs at the county. On December 10th of 2018, the Council of Judges requested an audit of the bailiff pay and began an audit of their own. HR pulled personnel files and conducted an audit which further revealed information that bailiff steps were not correct and needed further corrections. In February 14th of this year, HR, auditors, and the Council of Judges met in the HR conference room to discuss those audit findings. At the conclusion of this meetings, there was an agreement on the majority of errors, with the exception of just a few bailiffs. Those were later worked on and agreed to in terms of the amount owed. On April 22nd, 2019, Commissioners Court approved the overpayments, underpayments, and repayment policy for the first time. Thereafter, HR began notifying each of those employees effective. With reference to Mr. Cesar Anchondo, his error was discovered on October 27th, 2017. This employee received 2 steps versus the one that was approved. This overpayment resulted in the amount of $1,553.22 in gross pay. Once that policy was approved by the court on April 29th, 2019, our office notified the employee via the approval of this policy and the amount overpaid. On May 1st, Mr. Anchondo contacted HR stating that he disagreed with this and signed his form of appeal on the overpayment. On May 8th, HR contacted Mr. Anchondo, notifying them that June 3rd would be the date in which his appeal would be heard. On May 13th, Mr. Daniel Gonzalez submitted a letter to HR stating that he represented this employee. And just recently, on May 29th, for the second time, we notified Mr. Anchondo that his item would be heard by Commissioners Court today on June 3rd. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Anchondo or Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you for letting me speak with you all. The biggest concern I have as an attorney, I do wage and hour and FLSA stuff, and the bailiffs do a lot for this courthouse, as in safety and in their work. And I deal with all of the bailiffs in this courthouse probably on a daily basis. But what bothers me about the way this happened is that there was a meeting in 2017. I believe Judge Chu could even get more insight about that. She's back in the courtroom. Judge Treckle was involved. The previous court was involved. They set up the STEP program. It wasn't their error. If you read your policy dated April 2nd, 2019, they're putting the onus on the employees, which is fine. You can do that under the law. But what they want to do is go back for a year and a half, maybe 2 years. They say it's only 1 year, but my calculations is at least 40 months, at least for Mr. Mendoza. And just to put this clearly out there, my position is there was a policy entered in 2017 that the bailiffs were supposed to be put on a STEP program. And I believe that is 53.0091, compensation in El Paso County, dealing with the bailiffs. And that is discussed that HR has to set up this STEP program. The problem is that there's no policy out there before that. There's no way, it wasn't vetted properly. I don't think it was discussed properly. They go in, these individuals, all three of them will tell you, they were told this is your step. And if you read your policy, they wanted to pay it back, said, because you should have known that we overpaid you. And that's not fair. And then even the notice that they gave us, they want us to provide the information. I don't have the information. I don't know how they calculated the wages. I don't know how they did the STEP programs. Some of these individuals have been with the county for over 20 years. Mr. Mendoza was a bailiff. I think specifically he could tell you how this happened and how he realized that. But we're talking about going after these individuals for a small amount of money, which I think is a lot to them. Specifically, I don't see how they can legally, or how you can legally go back and charge them for something that wasn't their error. Okay, I believe the case law is very clear on that. I think dealing with FLSA and dealing with the Texas Payday Law, you might be able to go back 3 months. I don't have any argument after April 2nd, 2019. I think that you can change your salary, but what's real interesting is that I believe all three individuals are still being paid the same amount. They haven't deducted their pay. And this is an internal problem where they want to reach out to these individuals and all the other county employees that they got them to sign an agreement, because under the law, if you sign an agreement to pay it back, it's a loan. If you don't sign an agreement to pay it back, you have to seek court remedies. I thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
And I don't know how y'all would like to handle it. I really think Mr. Mendoza could really bring some light to you on how he was involved.
Mr. Mendoza, you want to come up, please? Good afternoon.
You know, I'm one of the bailiffs that was overpaid on this situation. Well, I thought I had been here 23 years. Obviously, they're not counting I was with the probation department. I was given the trophy or 20 years of service with the county. I never imagined or figured that was going against me at a later down in the future. If not, I would not have taken the step that was given to me. This has affected myself, my family, and my working, the way I work when I go to work now, I'm very stressed out, high blood pressure now. It's very stressful. The thing is that I've been here 23 years working in this courthouse. I went to, I'm a peace officer certified. When I came in here, they told me that before I took the job as a bailiff, they told me it was a lateral move. If not, I wouldn't have taken it because I was 16 and a half years with the probation department. In that case, I would have retired with them for 20 years and just finished it off. Then I got my peace officers back in 2013, and then I was recognized for my 20 years with the county by Veronica Escobar. I even came out on the news, and I was celebrated and all as well. And then they had a meeting, maybe 2 years in 2016, with all the bailiffs letting us know that this is the way the step increases were going to be and what it was going to, how we were going to be placed and all that. They had told me that, or they had put it on the board, anybody with more than 5 years as a peace officer was eligible and were going to give us that step increase. If I knew it was going to be like that, I wouldn't have taken that step increase. I mean, it's not like they gave me a check for $400 and I said, wow, I'm going to go spend it today. No. And sometimes they say, well, that was, now I'm getting punished. I'm getting, not only that, they want us to pay back that money, and I was demoted as well. That's the way I see it. They want to put me back where, like if I was just started this month or whenever they started this ladder thing. But it's not fair, it's not right. If it was any money, that was my fault. I don't mind paying it back. But this is something that I've been a bailiff for 7.5 years, and it took them 7 years to figure this out. It just doesn't make sense. And thank you for your time, and I hope you take it into your heart and know that all my evaluations are great, no problem. I never had any written. I've never been written up or anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza.
Judge, Commissioners, Melissa Carrillo with Human Resources. With reference to Mr. Carlos Mendoza, I want to provide the same facts I did with Mr. Anchondo. On October 27th, 2017, an error was discovered where an overpayment occurred. With this particular employee, the employee had an original hire date of 1996, as he references, which placed him at a step 11 when we originally placed him on these new scales when the legislative session had changed. That overpayment resulted in the amount of $4,396.50 in gross pay. This error was discovered as a result of an audit once it was requested by Council of Judges. On April 29th, we notified the employee of the change in the policy. We received a notice from Mr. Gonzalez on May 13th that he was representing the employee. On May 26th, Mr. Mendoza signed his notification of the appeal, and on May 29th, we notified the employee that we would be hearing this matter in Commissioner's Court. The final employee, Mr. Francisco Hernandez, I'll give that same information. On the same date, October 27th, 2017, our office noticed an error had occurred. This fact is different as well. The overpayment resulted in the amount of $372.23 of gross pay. Because the employee was previously on a red line scale and he stepped off from a G27 step 8, instead of going to a step 9, he was placed erroneously at a step 10. And so that's what resulted in this particular employee being overpaid in the amount again of $372.23. Same dates occur. April 29th, we notified the employee that this policy had been approved. We received representation notice by Mr. Gonzalez May 13th. On May 22nd, Mr. Hernandez signed his notification to appeal, and he was also notified that this item would be heard by Commissioner's Court today, June 3rd.
I think it's the same story. I mean, you understand the facts. The only thing that I was
I'm sorry, can you just get on the podium so we can make sure we have it?
I think it's the same facts for all the employees. Essentially the same argument. So I spoke to my clients, and they're okay with what Mr. Mendoza said on their behalf. The only thing I would ask the court is to allow Judge Chu to address you in reference to what the Council of Judges' involvement was in.
Absolutely. Judge Chu.
Thank you, Commissioners. I was not the local administrative judge at the time that this was going on, so I want to preface my remarks by saying that I did not get into the weeds of all of this policy, and I still have not gotten to the weeds of it. But I will say a couple of things. Number one, I hope that you hear from our executive director, Mr. Cuccaro, is here, and he was involved. I do know this. At the Council of Judges did take on an audit because at the time it was our impression that 30 bailiffs were going to be affected by this, and we wanted to make sure that there was a review of each and every one of those personnel action files to make sure that of the procedures that were going to be taking place. That was our main concern, and indeed that happened. Mr. Cuccaro and Judge Almatrejo spent hours hours that could be calculated in weeks working on this issue. Instead of 30, it turned out there were 6. 4 were allegedly overpaid, and I think 2.
6 were
Mr. Coccaro will give you the actual specifics. The one concern I have on this is sort of this policy, and this is not certainly a criticism of the policy. I wish it had been vetted a little bit better with maybe meetings and conversations, because certainly the unintended consequences of this are what we're facing today. An ex post facto sort of consequence of this policy, which is not really articulated in the policy. And so that would be the biggest concern I think I have about this. Understand, from April, the day it was passed forward, that's what we live with, that's what was passed. It is the ex post facto effects of it, going back and grabbing and saying that these folks committed an error when it was not their error. That wasn't their error. So let me those are the things that I have great concern about. Let me let you speak with Mr. Coccaro, who really did get into the weeds of this and has done an enormous amount of work, as has Ms. Amy Lechuga. Mr. Coccaro.
Thank you, Judge Chu.
County Judge, Commissioners, Judge Chu summed up what our involvement has been in today pretty well. We found out from our employees in October, when they started to be notified that there were these overpayments. And again, I believe there were 30 bailiffs at the time on the list from Human Resources. Later, Commissioners Court took up the issue and directed the auditors and Human Resources to come up with a policy. That policy was approved by Commissioners Court in April. In the intervening time, we worked with Judge Trejo, Amy Lechuga, auditors, and HR to ensure that the calculations were done correctly and that the correct policies were applied. And unfortunately, it was much more complicated than it sounds today, but there are a number of policies about lateral transfers and things like that we had to layer in these meetings with the auditors and Human Resources. The policy, again, was approved in April. That is when Human Resources began to re-notify the remaining bailiffs who had either over or underpayments. And since that time, we have been notified. When that has occurred, we have referred our bailiffs and other people who have been subject to this policy over to auditors and payroll. Because there are complications that these over and underpayments lead to, tax consequences, recalculating retirement, and things like that also have to be done once it is agreed that there is an over or underpayment. So that is the state that we're at. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr.
Do you have any questions?
Commissioners, questions? No?
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, Judge, at this time, we can either go back into executive session to discuss your legal rights and responsibilities as it pertains to the issues that were presented, or we can continue on with the regular session agenda. We had purchasing items, I believe, that was left for the court's consideration.
Commissioners?
How are you liking?
You okay? And any breaks or?
Either way.
Yeah. I think we'll go to the purchasing and then go into special session.
And just for the individuals that are here, I'll just make the announcement. So this item is posted for action, and so the court will go into executive session in a little bit after we go through our regular session items. Item will be brought, we'll go into executive, then come back into open session with any final decisions, if any, by the Commissioners Court. So it'll be entertained again. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. We'll be right back with you guys. Thank you. Thank you. No. Yes,
Item number 16, purchasing. We have a correction to read for item 16 per the Fleet Maintenance Department. Item 16 should read, approve and authorize the purchase of auto parts for the County of El Paso using National IPA Region 4 Education Service Contract R170201, awarded to AutoZone Parts Incorporated of Memphis, Tennessee. Sourcewell NJPA, Contract 062916 GPC, awarded to Napa Auto Parts of Atlanta, Georgia. Sourcewell NJPA, Contract 062916 ORA, awarded to O'Reilly Auto Parts of Springwood, Missouri. And Region 19, Contract 197325, awarded to Casa Ford Incorporated of El Paso, Texas, for discounts off pricing list. Purchasing approved on May 14, 2019. Funding is available in each department's maintenance and repair auto account.
Hello, Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. I'm excited to have this one before you. It looks a little different than other items you see for cooperative purchasing. In this case, we're going to use a very old tool in the purchasing toolbox in order to solve a problem that's plagued the county for a while. If you approve the use of these cooperative contracts, you are approving the use of a primary, secondary, and tertiary vendor for the ordering of auto parts on a continual basis over the term of the contract, and with Casa Ford as an OEM or original equipment manufacturer supplier. The reason we want to do this is because currently in the county, and I was a little surprised to find this out because I hadn't quite put two and two together when I got here, but currently in the county, what is taking so long with auto repairs is that individual orders are being placed and then you're having to wait and you have to do kind of almost a full purchasing process for each part. So Hopeton got us together, and when I say us, I mean county auditors, because it's a twofold solution. And we figured out that there are ways of purchasing that aren't being used in the county. And this solution that we're going to put in place basically allows you to authorize us and award these contracts. And during that period, we will create blanket purchase orders, which can then be used and reconciled through a policy that's been put in place with both purchasing, auditor, and fleet approvals. We're also going to use this as a pilot program and maybe help some of the other departments with this method in being more responsive to end user needs. A good example would be facilities. So if you're approving this, what you're approving is the contracted use during the course of these cooperatives with AutoZone as the primary, Napa as the secondary, O'Reilly as the tertiary. That means that if the first vendor doesn't have the part, we have a second and a third backup. All of these are national organizations with storefronts here in El Paso. And so we think this will help. And if you have questions about the fleet program, Mr. Staples, I think in the room. And but if you have questions about the purchasing, I'll be happy to answer any of those.
Deborah, you and I talked about, sort of streamlining and flexibility. It looks like this would help that.
It is, it's a new step for the county, but it's not really a new step in purchasing. And so for me, it was a very fast solution, but you're absolutely right. This does streamline purchasing. Now, as we go through the next year and do this type of ordering, there will probably be corrections and things that we have to make even more streamlined. It's kind of a new process with all three departments. But Hopeton's tracking is very good, so he'll know probably within 6 or 7 months if it is going to work for him. And if it ends up not working, we'll find another solution. But I think we should try the easy things first, and this is one of the easiest approaches.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson is absent. Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 17, approve the leasing of 13 copiers for the Sheriff's Department using the Harris County Department of Education Choice Partners Contract Number 17026CH10, awarded to Dayhill Xerox Business Solutions, southwest of El Paso, Texas. Purchasing approved on May 13, 2019. Funding is available in General Fund, Sheriff's Office, Law, Rentals, Leases. General Fund Sheriff's Office Jail Annex rentals leases, General Fund Sheriff's Office Detention rentals leases, Special Revenue, Commissary and Professional Ops expenses general.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. Today is the day of solutions. In the past, Commissioners, you may have seen that the county has been buying copiers. This is not a good option because it's almost like computers. As soon as you open the box, they're obsolete. There are multiple cooperatives that have vendors in El Paso. And by leasing copiers, and in this case, we think for the Sheriff's Office, this will be a good deal. They will, over the course of the 3-year lease, have the latest and greatest equipment. If anything goes down and it can't be repaired in 24 hours, it's automatically replaced under the terms of the lease. More importantly, one thing the county's done in the past is order, as it's purchased copiers, they order toner. Under the leasing programs, from whether we were using this cooperative or the state of Texas, all the leasing programs add in toner on an as-needed basis. You contact the vendor and they will bring out the toner. So you're no longer buying and storing, and then when your equipment runs out, you're stuck with a bunch of toner you can't use. We believe this also helps with budgeting. This is a solution that you're going to see me come to you on Thursday, and I want to actually have a conversation about opening it up to the county, and so this is going to serve as one of the pilot programs too, and we'll be able to work with budget and the auditors to make sure that the costs are exactly what we think they are going to be, and that it serves the department itself. And so if you're approving this, you're approving the lease of the 13 copiers as opposed to the purchase, but that lease includes maintenance and staples and toner and basic supplies.
And the difference in cost?
Well, I'd like to, the difference in cost, the purchase cost of these up front is sizable, and I have that information, just not with me. Over the course of the 3 years, I'd need to also have a chance to go back and add in what toner costs would be, because I think it should be a total per a total. The good thing is, and if you'll allow me to go back and gather that information, I'm happy to send it to you through the county administrator, and I'll lay it out in kind of like an apples to apples comparison, if that's okay. The other thing is that I forgot to mention, when we buy, we own. And when that equipment is old and decrepit, we are responsible for disposing of it. And usually when we dispose, it's pennies per pound. So I'd also like a chance to add in some information on what our disposal costs are, time and materials, and also what the very low refund is when we do sell. And I think I can lay that out, and that may help with what I want to talk to you about for the entire county.
No, I agree, Deborah. I think conceptually it sounds really good, but I think we need to see what's the impact financially between the two packages.
Do you want to do that before you approve this?
Yes,
or, okay.
I would. I don't know.
So we're going to hold this?
Yeah.
We move to postpone for a week?
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Deborah.
Item number 8, approve and authorize the purchase of security X-ray equipment for Justice of the Peace Precincts 2 and 6 using General Services Administration Contract GS07F0182T, awarded to Astrophysics, Inc. of the City of Industry, California, in the total amount of $66,104. Purchasing approved on October 13, 2018. Funding is available in special revenue, Justice Court Security, cap-out equipment.
That's item 18, right? I thought I heard you say
Oh, I'm
8.
sorry. That's item 15, I'm sorry.
18.
18.
Yeah.
Deborah Correjo, County Purchasing Agent. This item was originally brought before the court on October the 22nd, 2018. It was postponed to, I think on request of Commissioner Perez, in order to give the Justice of the Peace's a chance to circle back as a group and figure out if they needed any more. I believe that's been done. It was placed back before us. So Justice of the Peace 2 and 6 are the only ones that are still requesting the X-ray equipment. And I believe this is for security as people are coming through the door.
So this just to refresh the court questioned about, do other JPs have x-ray machines, et cetera? I'm not aware of other JPs using x-ray machines, but these two are requesting x-ray machines to be located in their offices. So that, like, for example, bags and items before people go into the courtroom will be x-rayed. There are some operating expenses that come with this. It's not just the purchase. You have to do an annual certification and have a designated x-ray liaison when you have these machines. So just want the court to be aware this will become an ongoing cost out of their security fund, but it's small as compared to the purchase.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 19, approve and authorize the ADA improvements for Fabens, Gallegos, and Ascarate swimming pools using Region 19 RFP 187298, awarded to Mirador Enterprises Incorporated of El Paso, Texas, for a grand total amount of $131,410.41. Purchasing approved on May 14, 2019. Funding is available in CIP 18 Public Works Improvements ADA.
Deborah Crejo, County Purchasing Agent. In this case, we are asking to use the Region 19 contract with a local El Paso vendor so that we can move forward on the American Disabilities Act improvements at Ascarate, Fabens, and Gallegos, and the total will be $131,410.
This is for lifts?
I believe we have a member of the Parks and
That's
Parks
what I read.
Department.
I just want to understand what the equipment is that's being purchased completely.
Judge, Commissioners, this includes the lifts, but it includes everything from the curbside all the way in through the bathroom. So it's the parking, the entrance, the spaces inside the showers, redoing some of the showers, and the space to get into the showers and into the bathrooms.
Okay.
Excellent. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 20, approve the purchase of new workspace for employees of the Information Technology Department using U.S. Communities Contract 4400003402, awarded to Contract Associates of El Paso, LLC of El Paso, Texas, in the amount of $143,291.84. Purchasing approved on May 20th, 2019. Funding is available in CIP 19 ITD renovations.
Deborah Crejo, County Purchasing Agent. In this case, we want to use the U.S. Communities contract. It's not one we often use, but it actually provides the IT department with the furniture layout and structure that they want, and the bidding has been accomplished through the cooperative. And fortunately, it is with an El Paso vendor, so we have local assistance here. And if you approve this, you're approving a total project cost of $143,291.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 21, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the interlocal cooperative agreement with the City of El Paso Solicitation 2017-576, Cisco Proprietary Voice over Internet Provider, Telephony and Network Infrastructure Department of Information Technology Services, awarded to Sigma Technology Solutions Incorporated for the purpose of network equipment for the Infrastructure Enhanced System and Forest Migration. Purchasing approved on August 1st, 2017.
Deborah Crejo, County Purchasing Agent. On August the 7th, 2017, we brought before you a request to approve the interlocal cooperative. We wanted to use the City of El Paso's cooperative for voice over IP, and that included the purchase and the follow-up maintenance. I have been trying since I got here to create more consistency in the types of reports you see, including understanding at the time you approve what the contract terms are, what any renewals are, and the total overall cost. Part of what I also want to make the court assured of is that when I notice a mistake or omitted data, that it comes before you. This is just a housekeeping item. I am not recommending any action unless action has to be taken. I did want you to see that currently the county is under the second and final renewal option, and what was left out was the contract term and the renewal option. Just housekeeping. I wanted to get it back on the record. And we will be probably going out for bid or seeking another cooperative if it suits the county's purposes after this renewal is finished. But this is just a housekeeping item. And if in the future you would like me to put any housekeeping items in consent, I'm fine with that too.
No action that needs to be taken.
Thank you, Deborah.
Judge, Commissioners, just from a administrative perspective, we would, as we're evaluating what goes on our consent agenda, we would like those housekeeping type of items with good backup explaining why to be considered for consent agenda.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 21, no action. Item number 22, Budget and Finance. Approve Amendment Number 34 to the County of El Paso's 2018-2019 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase grants by $1,140,878.30, thus increasing the overall budget of $443,157,417.49 to $444,298,295.79.
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The supporting documentation for the budget amendment was sent to you last week. Were there any questions on this week's amendment?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would the court like to go back into executive session for
Yes.
item C?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss item 23C pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.074. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
All county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
All county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
All county offices will be closed on Wednesday, June the 19th, 2019, in observance of the Juneteenth holiday.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 24, discuss and take appropriate action on the dispute by Mr. Cesar Anchondo, bailiff for the Associate Family Court 1, in accordance with the overpayments, underpayments, and repayment policy. Judge, may I read 25 and 26 as well?
Yes.
Item number 25, discuss and take appropriate action on the appeal for Mr. Carlos Mendoza, bailiff for County Court at Law 4, regarding his overpayment in accordance with the overpayments, underpayments, and repayment policy. Item number 26, discuss and take appropriate action on the appeal for Mr. Francisco Hernandez, bailiff for the 346th District Court, regarding his overpayment in accordance with the overpayments, underpayments, and repayment policy.
Judge, based on the conversation that occurred during executive session, it is my understanding that the court would like to go ahead and move forward in making a motion, and that you all have considered the arguments by both the county staff as well as the bailiffs who were here, as well as Judge Chu and representatives from court administration. And based on that understanding, it is that the motion would be to uphold HR's decision that the bailiffs for Associate Family Court Number 1, Cesar Anchondo, bailiff for County Court at Law 4, Carlos Mendoza, and the bailiff for the 346th District Court were overpaid. Further, that the Commissioners Court finds that this overpayment to these employees constitutes a debt owed to the county and was not authorized by the county prior to the issuance of those payments, and therefore collection efforts will be initiated to recoup the debt owed to the county for the bailiffs that were just mentioned. Again, Cesar Anchondo, bailiff for Associate Family Court 1, Carlos Mendoza, bailiff for County Court at Law 4, and Francisco Hernandez, bailiff for the 346th District Court.
Well, I'd like to, before we vote, just want to make a comment. It's very extremely difficult for me, being an HR professional before in my other career, always dealing with employees. You know, they work so hard. A lot of things have to happen for us to be successful, and it all comes down to employees. But we looked at every possible avenue, as well as the fact that we have a lot of other employees that are now paying the debt, and who either paid it or are now paying the debt. And so that was a strong consideration as to how we deal with this particular issue. So it wasn't easy, the discussions we made, but like I said, we looked at every possible situation going forward, and that's what we are going to be voting on. Commissioner Stout, any further comments?
And I just wanted to kind of echo what the judge said. You know, it's not an easy. It wasn't an easy decision to come to, because we want to we don't want people to feel like they're being cheated, or that they're being things are unfair for them. But we are stewards of public money, and it's the overpayment of compensation to employees is considered an unconstitutional grant of public funds. And so, we realized that it was there was a mistake made on our behalf and on the county's behalf. However, taking that into account, I think it's important for y'all to understand that part of our reasoning for this is because of that. Because even though there was a mistake was made and you all were overpaid, that doesn't mean that that the money was owed to you. And so, we obviously are expecting that our staff work with you as per the policy that we've created to work with you to make sure that it's not a hardship for you to pay back the money that we are looking to collect. We want to make sure that you all are able to pay it back, and that it's not going to be a difficulty for you. So they're going to work with you as much as they can to make sure that doesn't happen. So we appreciate your service. This is not we don't want you to take this as that we don't appreciate the work that you do for the county. We think that your work is very important, but we have to take into account that the county cannot, constitutionally give money away.
And we're also going to take very strong measures to make sure that this does not happen again, because being in this situation is difficult. And so we're going to do everything possible moving forward that this doesn't happen and that there's accountability where accountability should be at. So we thank you for that understanding.
And as you all can see, it took us a lot of time to come to this point, a lot of serious deliberation. So in fairness to everybody involved, this is, we feel, the only decision we could have come to. So, but thank you for being here the whole day. I know it was a long day for you all.
So I'll go ahead and make the motion.
The motion would have been as stated earlier.
As Ms. Sanchez stated earlier, yes.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your consideration. I can imagine that it was very difficult. There's just 2 points I want to make now that you've already voted. The first one is with respect, again, to this policy. The policy puts the onus on the employee to make sure that they're not being overpaid. I mean, that's written in the policy. So I would like to recommend that the HR notify department heads to make sure that they perhaps start having interviews with all the employees in the county of El Paso to make sure, to review their personal action file, to make sure that they are on the right step, that they're not being underpaid or overpaid. And that can be accomplished through appointments. Employees can make appointments with HR to review those personal action forms. That's a lot. It will be a lot indeed. Or, in the alternative, that department heads follow what I think is a very brilliant idea of our county attorney, and that is to have almost in place an HR, sort of a mini HR person in their department, so that each year those personal action files, those steps, upgrades, if they are instituted, are reviewed for accuracy. So there is a check and balance, and that this doesn't happen again, because it is very difficult for you, it's very difficult for the employees. And secondly, I'd like to comment on the way that this policy came about. And this is not meant as criticism. I think it is, I'm trying to be constructive, and I think it is important that, and I know this policy went out when they were constructing it, when they were trying to wordsmith it, when they were trying to put it together, was sent out to everybody via email. And I would just submit that creating policy, whether it's through Twitter or through email, is not necessarily the most constructive kind of communication. That in this kind of a situation, it is important for stakeholders to be able to voice, not via email, but in conversation, in back and forth. And that's done through meetings. That's done through meetings where all the stakeholders are present and questions are asked. What are these consequences? What about this? That's not done well through, it's just not done well through email. It is not done well through Twitter. It's not done well through email. And I would submit to you that that is not an effective way to communicate necessarily on these kind of issues. and it is certainly not good governance. So I would just give you those observations. We understand the decision, and again, we appreciate your taking the time to review it. But I think that those are two important things that we can learn and benefit, because that's sort of the point, is to learn from whence we came. And I hope that you will think about instituting some of those
practice.
ideas.
Yeah. Well,
Thank
Jetsu,
you.
this is, thank you so much, and your comments are very aligned with HR best practices. And I think you're reinforcing some of the best practices that great organizations have, so we obviously want to be part of those best practices.
And I just wanted to, I wanted to thank you, Judge, for the constructive criticism. I think that that it's being well documented, at least by myself and the other members of the court. I did just want to mention, though, that the policy is also discussed in a public meeting at Commissioners Court and on many occasions, many times. So, I mean, if I just wanted to make that point, but your point is very well taken. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Judge Shu.
Item number 27, discuss and take appropriate action on the back pay claim for Mr. Peter Maldonado, bailiff for the 409th District Court.
Judge, Commissioners, Melissa Carrillo with Human Resources. The recommended motion for this particular item is to authorize payroll and HR to issue back pay wages to Mr. Peter Maldonado, bailiff for the 409th District Court, in the amount of $5,145.21 less taxes and other deductions. Deductions required.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. And that is our last item, Judge.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks.
This concludes today's meeting at 3:19 p.m.